Okay, let's actually play the game, shall we? Okay, my audio levels just way too loud. Okay. Why do I feel like my game sound... Is it loud enough on stream? I feel like it's kind of quiet now. Yeah, guys, I know that... okay. I don't know why the game is so quiet all of a sudden. I haven't changed anything. Okay. So yeah, we have the lighting mod now, I believe. Looks a bit better, I think. It's not quite as bright. Press F1 to configure it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with any of this shit. I'm just going to assume that the default is okay. There's presets you can grab. Yeah, but doesn't the mod itself come with presets? No? Yo, Bogdan, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Okay, where do I go, chat? We have really scary bosses left, and I feel like I'm not locked in at all because it's a new day.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
I do have DLC keys, but the thing is, I mean, okay, so like, basically chat, we either do Skeleton Lords and Vanguard and just like pray that it's not, because I think we have to do I don't know, I feel like we should just do Vanguard and we just have to accept that the run might die. I don't know. Just like get the shit bosses out of the way with, because we're just like delaying the inevitable. I don't know. I don't want the run to die, but like, I don't want to be 15 hours in and die to like something that's completely bullshit. I mean, we can maybe let's like clear another area for a little bit, but you'll have more HP. Dude, my HP isn't really getting much higher than what I currently have. need 2 more petrified dragon bones. Is that fucking... Is that Ornstein? Rosabeth has 2 more. Yeah, people were saying that she has some. Doesn't dink the walls. Yeah, it's pretty uncommon. Hey, Cookie, thanks for the bits, man. Joe Forge, thank you for the 21 months. God, I'm getting lag spikes though with the lighting mod. The lighting mod, I wonder if I feel like the lighting mod plus the rando, maybe it's like too much. I mean, I don't know, it's probably fine. Man, this sword is so good. This area is easier than vanilla. Yeah. Yeah. Sword has 140 damage counter multiplier. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm using it. Weapons with high counter rating are extremely strong. That's why we used rapier in the speedrun. The funny thing is though, I think the Red Iron Twin Blade doesn't actually have that much counter rating, but it just does such high base damage that it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this has been pretty chill. Oh right, you can't like loot anything until you kill Ava. There's an item down there, right? Oh, you can see the bridge from here? Lighting mod makes it so hard to see. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of does. Alright, settle down, gentlemen. Settle down. Dude, what the fuck? It's my vigor. 50. Ooh, 50 with life ring +2. Dude, what are these fucking backstabs? How did I die in my PB? I was looting things betwixt, and I fell into like a hole which had a horse in it, and the horse kept spamming. It's like, there's like an area in betwixt. It's a hole with a ladder, and I should have climbed up the ladder, but yeah, I fell down. There was like, it was a horse, one of the mages that shoots like the blue orbs at you, and then one of the like, what the fuck? Yeah, I got like absolutely destroyed. Because he kept spamming his AoE, and it would hit me twice because I couldn't get away from it since the fucking room was so tiny. The horse would AoE, and it would be the entire fucking room. And yeah, I died. What the? How did that hit me? Use a charm. I did survive for a while, that's true. I could get a repair powder, but I also... Come on. This run seems better than the mace one. Yeah, the Drakeblood Greatsword is pretty goated. Wait, where the hell is this? Where am I? Discovering DS2. Dude, I like, in the speedrun, we don't, it's insane how much of this area you skip in the speedrun. Old Bellhelm. Like, this entire DLC is just optional. Like, it's crazy how little you actually have to do. Because, I mean, in the speedrun, you kill Ava while invis, you get no knights, and you just bum rush Burnt Ivory King. Oh god, what is the Burnt Ivory King fight like? Do enemies keep spawning? Like, imagine you get horses in Burnt Ivory King. You're fucked. You're fucked. Yeah, that's true, Lich. I don't know. Do we pad our do we try to pad our boss count so we can get past Ella before we do the cancer fights? I don't know what other fights. Wait, we didn't do Freya yet, did we? I don't think we did. I don't know. We're just delaying the inevitable, though. I feel like we should. I don't know, man. Ella's doing easy mode with boss scaling. No way he's doing boss scale. This house is like, that item right there is so fucked up. Oh god. Oh, that's not good. Oh! Heal! Heal! You fucking stupid piece of shit!
Toilet bitch.
Ah. It's fine. Oh! We got another bright bug! That's actually really good. Oh, what? Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Does that mean horses in the freight? Oh, fucking hell. Wait, I think you're right. Oh, that's really bad. I'm not scared of your lightning. He wants to get me. You little bastard. Dude. He's spamming. Do I have poison arrows? I don't know. You motherfucker. Oh, come on. Die. Oh! Oh! Oh, God! It's okay. I'm gonna back up a little bit because I'm scared. Right in the belly. How did he even get in there? He was born there. Oh my God, we got the petrified bones for +5. Let's go. Can you open this door from... I can just break it. Oh. Hello. Oh, it's not an Aldea hippo, at least. I don't think these guys would one-shot. It's the Aldea hippos that one-shot. Dude, this is fucked. What are... Oh my God. What are we gonna have, like, hippos and horses inside the Freya fight? Like, what is this? What? I don't think we have the key for this. Oh shit, wait, I need to be careful. Who are you? Oh my God. Man, these really don't do good AoE, do they? Oh, we got the wall guy again. Throwing lightning into pure lightning horse. Yeah. What about it? Oh man, Freya is gonna be terrible. Everything is gonna be terrible. This is horrible. Too heavy to open. Because we don't have the key, right? No. We can take a look at the spider room, I guess. Look at this idiot. He doesn't even know. Oh god. Oh, I think he knows. Oh, he knows. Holy shit! They all took damage there for a second. What was that about? Is this guy stuck in the wall? Alright, we need to be ready to run. Okay. It's doable, I just...
Fuck off!
You're running from one mob? Listen, alright? I don't want to pull more shit. It's a baby hippo. Using so much healing. Is this also a baby hippo? Oh no, it's a big hippo. Why is he AFK? Oh. He woke up. Why does firing a crossbow take stamina? 'Cause balance. I don't think I've found infinite life gems yet. Oh. I wasn't sure if I was gonna kill them there. I thought I might get blasted for like 70% of my health. Come on, buddy. You just shake the Avalon and it's good to go, yeah. Yo, Microtab, thank you for the 32 months. Thank you, thank you. Maybe I can get him to fall? Of course not. These guys are fucking insane. They don't fall. Come on up, buddy. You think he could find his way up? You think he's smart enough? Maybe he can't actually get up here. I don't know. Twinkly. Yeah, because you have to cross over here, I guess. Yep, stay right there, Mr. Hippo. Oh. This is so cheesy. They're hiding. Bro. Yes, we are hobbing right now so hard. Is this what it's like to be hob? Nah, I mean range is insanely strong in this game, so I'm just joking around. Yeah, this might be really bad in the Freya fight. Yeah, the crossbow does really good damage for having no scaling. Whoa. All right. I only have so much repair powder, man. No Estus either, but... Yeah, we can quit out if it's really shit. I mean, I don't know though. Should we allow quitting out? Because quitting out seems a little OP maybe. I don't know. Oh God. It's not over. It might be over. I win these. I need my poopies. They get toxic in one poop. One poop? Oh God. Oh God. He toxics them? Oh. That makes more sense. All right, Sin, you're doing great. Ouch. Oh. Fuck it, pop the big one. Oh, he toxic that guy. Hell yeah. What? Whatever. It's okay. It's okay. Oh. I'm trying not to throw! I rolled too early because I was scared, okay? Oh, for your fucking tail. Whatever, I got a mushroom active, that's fine. Oh, God. Bullshit! Just want to kill that guy. The other guy's fine. Alright, I'm just gonna heal. Fuck it. Play it safe. Alright, this is good. This is huge. Woo! Dude, I used so much healing. Well, at least it wasn't horses. Imagine that was anything other than Sin. Well, like, Sin helped, but he's also constantly attacking me from, like, any part of the arena because he flies in the air and then fucks me up, so... Oh, I almost died there. Bogdan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh, terrifying. Sin assisted run. Whew. +5, baby.
My name is Toilet Bitch.
I don't think I need a poison stone, actually.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
By the way, Lich, are you still here? I don't know if he's here. He is like he knows everything about. Oh, okay, he's here. Is it worth because is it worth infusing the DBGS with lightning? I don't have dark weapon. I can get sunlight blade, however, but I need 36 faith. If you have sunlight blade, okay. So that's what I'm working towards. Yeah. I need a lot of faith. I don't know if I should maybe get... wait. What is the break point? I think it's... Oh yeah, it's one. Oh yeah, 105. I mean, 99 is decent. I kind of feel like I should get more though. But I want faith as well. Yeah, I need attunement as well. Although, well, I think you can maybe use a ring to get a slot, but... I mean, I guess I should get attunement up anyways, because I'm gonna need it. And that will also give me at least a little bit of agility. I mean, I have skeptics to lower the cost, but only by 4. I've never actually used the spices before, funny enough. Yeah, I needed strength for the Looking Knight armor. It's okay though, it's not that big of a deal. I need more vit as well. Yo, what's up, Poke? You gonna come do some DS2 rando? Have you been playing Schedule 1? Seems like a game you'd enjoy. I've been thinking about playing that game, but I'm also kind of addicted to the rando right now. Boss number 12 is the trigger for insane stalling. 40 hours in, like 2 to 3 days, I see. Yeah, the Schedule 1 looks fun. Well, we have a second bright bug and we have a mushroom. I think we just send it. Or I don't know, do we improve our PB by 1 at least and then we come here? What's an easy boss that I can kill? I do actually have Ring of Thorns, yeah. I mean, I think we can do Ava. We just need to touch the priestess body first. Did I do Sinner already? I don't know. Did I do Sinner? I don't think I did. No, we did Gargs. I don't know, I kind of like having this on just for in case I fall. It's annoying taking fall damage. There's like an enemy that's I'm always scared that I'm gonna like loot this item and the enemy is gonna like hit me with a range attack and knock me off or something. It's our 5th lion script. We have the Lion Warrior skirt. Don't have the mage one though. This is pretty chill. You know what I think would be kind of interesting for the rando? Imagine if the blacksmiths, all the blacksmiths were like disabled, and the only way that you can find upgrades is by like as you get further into the rando and you get into like the late game areas that are locked behind like further seeds or like more requirements. Calm down there, Satan. I just think it would be interesting. Okay, I will say, like once you get fully upgraded in the you can get fully upgraded in the rando like pretty early, and then in terms of like progression you kind of hit like a wall, right? Like I mean at this point the best thing that I can go for is you could also try a blindfolded. I don't know. Okay, just hear me out, okay? I think it would be interesting if, you know, as you progressed in the rando you found like higher upgrade weapons and loot. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Every enemy had 10 times the HP and 10 times the damage. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, getting one shot by everything sounds super interesting. I guess I'm just the build is already online at this point, but it would also be really hard to I don't know how that would really work balance wise. I just think it would be cool if there was somehow a way to make it so in the rando you know you're not you don't get a maxed out weapon so early potentially. But maybe I just like suffering. I just mean at this point of the run, chat, the only loot that we care about are key items. We don't really care about anything else. Our character is strong enough that it doesn't matter anymore. It's kind of the okay, well, you know, I say that and then I get Flint's ring. Flint's ring is good, but I don't think it's gonna be very useful right now because my VIT is fucking 21, so sadly I actually don't really think that's useful.
Do you really?
Missed item at jump spot. Oh, you mean here? Oh yeah, the item out on the wall. That one's kind of scares me, chat. I don't really like that one, but I guess we could grab it. Is there a hidden wall here? Hmm. Okay. You bitch. Berserker blade. I feel like that's a good weapon, but I... Can you jump over this? I like kind of want to try to do the butterfly jump over this, but I feel like somehow there could be like, why would you? What do you mean? Why would I do that? The fucking I need to go back and kill the frickin' basilisk. I wouldn't be surprised if somehow there's like a kill plane there and I'm just gonna die, so I'm not gonna risk it. Dude, this basilisk has way too much health. What the fuck? I don't have the Bastille key. More rat tails. I need to rest at the bonfire and get my durability back up. My PB was more than 12. Clearly you know best. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know why depth of field is like so. That's the only thing I've noticed that's kind of annoying with the. Simpleton Spice. Skeptic is the one for faith, I think, right? Simpleton is int, yeah. Is there a limit to how much you can spice a spell? It's actually such like an interesting idea, being able to like limit spell requirements. Dark Souls 2 has so many things like that where they just added these interesting mechanics and then remove them in the next game. No one used them. I still think it's a cool idea, though. What is that?
My name is
Toilet bitch. Light a lamp. Yeah, sorry, I can't do that. Wait, do I have cast light? No. Torches are nice in this game, but then you have to one hand, which is like so annoying. I don't know how that didn't backstab me. I don't think I missed an item. Oh, I did. Never mind. Chat was there to scream at Dist. Well, I'm sure Ella has... What the... I'm sure Ella has the same thing. If not more. They only donate to tell them that stuff. Must be nice. Ella just dono walls them. Hey, Merrily, thank you for the 2 months, man. Alright. This could suck? Really? Haven't we already fought this guy? This is like the Sin and Burnt Ivory King seed. Where we are just fucking whiffing on each other constantly. Strafing that is kind of difficult. Kind of want to heal. Okay, I fucked up. Double chug. We chillin'. No PB, baby. Ooh, another skeptics. Is Aldia gonna spawn now? Oh no, we still have Rotten. Yeah, I forgot that I have silver +2 now. I should equip that. I should probably resort my rings though. We could do Ava, but we have to go to touch the priestess. Penal handcuffs. Watch this shit, chat. This is gonna be epic. Woohoo! Oh. Hold on. Woohoo! You need a girlfriend? What the fuck? Am I not allowed to have fun? Why is that guy sleeping? There is pretty chill. Haven't looted over here in so long. Oh, this poor Pharaoh's Lockstone. His mouth got frozen, and he was crying. Wait, does this lift up like all the junk down there? Weird like junk evader? I was sprinting. One at a time, take a number. I'm just gonna leave you there. Base tank all that shit out. Yep, that was my plan. I think I did a good job. Black firebomb. You know what would actually be like hard mode in the rando is trying to beat the randomizer with only spells. Now that would be pure torture, I reckon. Can you get up here? Oh wait, don't you normally, hold on, we're just gonna cheat. Never mind. Yeah, there's the invis ladder outside. I thought maybe I could cheat though. That'll be next run. Okay, well, if I do end up beating this rando quickly, I am thinking about trying to beat the rando where I have to use a different weapon for every boss. So like after every boss, I have to like throw away my current weapon and switch to a different one. But I feel like that might be too hard. I don't know though. I feel like something like that could work well in combination with like free upgraded loot. Oh, my game crashed. Use what you get would not be very fun, in my opinion. The thing about use what you get or like auto equip is that you end up in situations where you don't want to do anything. Like you don't want to fight a boss because your weapon is so dog shit. And then you just end up running around looting for like an hour, or you're overloaded and then you can barely move. It's just like, yeah. I don't know. What about region lock? Bro, this isn't Elden Ring. I just think using a different weapon for every boss could be a fun way to like incentivize, because then loot still becomes relevant throughout like the whole run, because you're going to want good solid weapons that you can use for the bosses. Whereas, you know, right now it's like I just have DBGS and that's it. That's all I need. I don't know. I think it's a fun idea, but there's so many fun weapons to use in this game, but I mean, I have no reason to use anything other than the DBGS right now. The only issue is obviously like upgrade materials, I guess. So, no, like you wouldn't be able to fully upgrade everything. But that's why you would also, like, you would need to use your weaker weapons for the weaker bosses, right? If you run into DLC bosses, that's when you bust out the good shit. Or like you switch to like a good weapon. All right. I want to do more Kazan. I do really like Kazan. I'm just having a lot of fun with DS2 at the moment, but we will get around to doing more Kazan, I think. I do want to play more. And I don't know, a bunch of people have been saying AI limit is good, so we may consider trying that too. Isn't Kazan just boring? I think the boss fights in Kazan are great. They're really, really good and pretty well tuned and actually a challenge, unlike so many Souls-like games. I don't know why I even bothered healing there. I thought it was Sin as well when he was invisible, when she was invisible before. The This boss was a dragon. You thought it was a dragon, but it wasn't. I think it was just an animation that plays when you enter the arena or something. You re-randomized? Well, I randomized the enemy. Okay. This is what, just to clarify, chat, this is what I do when the game crashes, okay? The randomizer has a thing called zones and enemy limits, right? Here. This is how many different types of enemies can spawn in a zone. Now, if an area crashes, I reduce the number by 1 because, well, that's what people told me to do, apparently. Default works well without multi-boss. 8 enemies is safe, 12 enemies is risky. So, basically, if an area crashes, I lower it by 1. But the thing is, I don't think that should change the boss itself, because the boss is going to be there no matter what. So, I think it just changes the enemies in the area. But I could be wrong. Maybe it does change the boss. They had to make the easy mode of Kazan easier because it was too hard still. Yeah. I'm excited for the Liza P DLC. Wait, when does that come out? June. Oh yeah, I do still need to do Liza P Rando. Liza P Rando Permadeath. Fuck, I feel like I feel like that would probably be too difficult. Liza P is really good, yeah. Got to choose between Liza P DLC and Death Stranding 2. They don't come out at the exact same time though, do they? My dark... Oh, that was so weird, dude. What the fuck? The game, I couldn't see anything there. It was just completely black. Didn't crash though. Six hours playing WoW hardcore and you're level 20. I think level 20 is closer to like 10 hours for like more casual players. Well, actually probably even slower for casual players. Wait, why the fuck don't I have you? What the fuck's going on? Is that something? Is that something with the mod that I did by accident? Why is there no UI? Took you some time to realize? It did take me a little while to realize, but I wasn't really focused on that. Yeah, there's no fucking menu. All right, does anyone know, like... I guess the run is dead. Very funny, very funny. All right. How far did you get, by the way, Taka? Dude, what the fuck is this? Maybe... Screenshot mode? I mean, I know Trey said that, but I don't know what that means. I don't... This is so fucking weird. Like, what could I have pressed? Your 3 bosses in, nice. Oh, by the way, do you know, like, the settings that we're all using for the rando? I can't... No, like, guys, it's not... Like, something is... There's... It's gotta be with the fucking lighting mod. There's gotta be, like, a fucking keybind to just... Hold on. I'm gonna go on the mod page, and I'm gonna look. So nobody in chat knows, and that's okay. There's gotta be something here that does this. I've fully rebooted the game, guys. Doesn't do anything. Is there a readme? There is no readme. Are you kidding me? Not just gonna press buttons until it works? I mean, I could, I guess. That's great. I think I just used a fucking old Radiant Life Gem. It's not the scale, man. I reset my timer. Ah, fuck's sakes. Installing the sliding mod was a fucking mistake. I've never had this happen before, though. I can't load another save. The main menu of the game is literally gone. It's gone. I can't fucking see anything in the main menu. It's just a black screen. This is crazy. Like, I just don't understand. This is so fucked up. The run isn't dead. It's just, I need to fix this or uninstall the mod. I just... How I didn't download a random thing from the internet. I've used this mod before. For months. Several times. Several playthroughs. It's never fucking vanished my UI. Oh. Dude, this is so fucked up. What the hell, man? Camera lens? What? It's just fucked. It's just fucked. What the? What? All right. I mean, I guess we just uninstall the mod, dude. I don't know. Or reinstall it, maybe even. This is fucked up. All right, I reinstalled the mod. Let's see. Does anyone know what the timer was at? Sorry, that's so weird. Like, what in the hell? It's fine now. Yeah, I mean, it's something in the mod did that. Because yeah, I reinstalled it and it's fine. I would like to know what caused that, but it's close enough, guys. It's fine. But what's so weird, chat, is that the main menu was gone. Like, I couldn't interact. I couldn't even load my save files properly. And yeah, I wasted an old Radiant, but that's okay. We'll survive. All right. It's mod things in general. I mean, fair, but I've used this mod before without issues. Should we go do Vanguard? I mean, we have to do it at some point, like... We have a bright bug and a mushroom. We have 105 agility. Fuck it. We die, we die. These guys aren't doing anything to me. Am I... No, I'm really tanky because I have Bright Bug, I guess. Dude. Dude. What the fuck? Oh no. I don't know if I should heal or just attack. I should attack, I guess. I just... Oh! Oh! What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't have enough poise, man. I don't have enough poise. Jesus Christ. Oh. I mean, I do know that poise is a meme, but it can still save you in some cases. I don't know if you can poise Burnt Ivory King's stuff, though. Is there any items if I drop this way? I don't think so. Since the regen is mega slow, well, doesn't it reset back to full after you get hit a specific amount of times, though? Maybe not. Why is this boss scaled? Because if it wasn't, I would have died in 2 seconds there and there would have been nothing I could have done. I almost died there, guys. Like I was a few seconds away from dying there. That was incredibly close. Like I got pretty lucky being able to get those 2 hits off. That was so close. Why am I yelling? I'm Why are you like this? Just talking. Knight's leggings. We have a lot of twinklies. This jump is actually so annoying to go for. Because you just, that's why. You just fucking baby jump it most of the time. It's better from above, yeah, but if you miss it from above, then you die. So... Did you see that fight, Salad? It was so close, dude. It was terrifying. Honestly, I think for the Vanguard fight, you want like a really fast weapon. They were buffed. There was nothing you could have done. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that fight is on a timer in a way. And you like have to, you have to keep killing the weak ones or just be able to burst the big one down. I don't know, it's... If you let too many of them spawn in, you're just like fucked. They threw you out of bounds. Oh god, a hippo? Why is it always a frickin' hippo? Firestorm would destroy. See, you say that, but then imagine actually trying to cast the Firestorm. You would never get it off. Ever. Like, actually ever. It would be impossible. If you drop down here, where does that... Actually, let's take a look at the enemies here. Pretty sure you can drop down here. Maybe not. It's actually kind of... I mean, you also get there by going... by like drop... If you drop down at like the bonfire here, you also... You can on the mushrooms. Oh, look. This guy is going to fucking grab me through the wall. I really don't like this. He's thinking about it. Let there be light.
My name is Yahweh.
Yo, Hermit, thank you for the 300 bits, man. I'm kind of hungry, chat. Kind of want to get like a sandwich. Fat. Wow. Is that all you have to say? I'm a little scared of the piggy being near these ledges. I was scared that it was gonna like frickin' make me like auto roll out, so the frickin' like forced roll in this game is so annoying sometimes. Doesn't seem too bad down here. Oh god. We're okay. Do we have to clear everything? Well, I mean, I could have jumped down here and looted the chest while 6 enemies attack me simultaneously and probably die instantly. I could have done that, yeah. But I kind of like being alive, so... Mm. 36 frickin' faith. Yeah, we have 30 Lois souls. Oh yeah, you can give these Lois souls to the lady, right? In the DLC. I'm not the one that does the gambas, my man. That's my mods. Is it 1 by 1? Probably. Wait, do I have to go? How do I give her? Oh, do you have to kill Ivory King? Yo, what's up, Tricky? Yeah, I was thinking I could probably bone out on Ivory King. We can, we could go see what's down there. Wait, oh, wow. Wait, this is... The thing is it gonna change? They're fighting each other. Turtle... I mean, the boss could be something really easy, right? Is it gonna walk out? Or is it just gonna, like, spawn in? I mean, it's Guardian Dragon. Come on, do a stompy. Really? I did ask for the stompy, but that was before. He did it at a bad time. How come there was only one enemy that spawned out of the... It's weird. Wait, is there a portal to get back up? I didn't know that. Repair powder, flash sweat. Oh yeah, I can go up now, right? Wait, is talking to her breaking that? Oh, I need 20 more. Oh, I see. It's been so long since I've done this thing. I couldn't really remember how any of this works. Hmm. Should probably get some more endurance too. Flynn ring? No. We could get a lot more damage from leveling Dex too, though, I guess. How much defense do we have now? 685.5 poise. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of using armor just because I never really use it normally in the game, so it's kind of like fun to use it. I wonder if I can let's upgrade my armor for the insane gains. Flynn's ring won't do anything, guys. Clearly you don't know how it works, but... All upgrades with twinklies, man. Where's my pants? Oh. You get so much like increase from the chess piece, actually. I think we can buy in as many Twinkling Titanites as we want anyways, so... Is +5 max? How much defense do we have now? 742 versus strike. 870 versus slash. But the thing is, that does nothing against, like, magic. We don't have much dark defense. I've never upgraded armor before. I think armor is a scam. I mean, it affects your stamina regen, which isn't great, but I don't know. Like, the game really doesn't make, like, I don't know what 93 phys defense and 740 strike defense means in terms of how much damage I'm gonna take. Alright, use the help button. Shut up. Use the help button. Alright, I think we could go do Chariot. Ooh, Santier's spear. I just used all my twinklies though. Honestly, I mean, I'm just gonna use the DBGS the whole run. It's such a good weapon anyways. Ooh, a bright bug. Holy sh... That was kind of scary. Yeah, I have the lighting mod on. Can barely tell what's going on. Yeah, I could turn it off, I mean, if people want me to. I could also probably adjust. Hold on. All right. Oh. Maybe that's a little slightly too much. Turn off depth of field. I can't remember where that was. Turn off the HUD. Yeah. I mean, some areas of the game are also just meant to be dark, so. Here, guys, I'll light up the area for you, though. I don't even have the stats to one-hand my weapon. see a hippo.
My name is
Toilet, bitch. Is there an option to make the HUD less intrusive? I don't know. Oh, they really fucked up on this one. Oh my god. That could have been insanely bad, chat. Like, I could have died pretty easily there. Couldn't remember if there was anything else. This Lords of the Fallen nowadays a pretty decent game. It's okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend it. I think there's better Souls-like games on the market, like Kazan and Lies of P, and I mean, I guess you could say Neo. I don't really think Neo is a Souls-like though, but please fall off. Holy shit, is he... Oh, there's an item there? Oh, I mean, Kazan, yeah, Kazan is also not really a Souls-like. It's more of a Neo-like. How the fuck do you get onto this ledge? Are you meant to drop right here? This is terrifying. I would skip it. Well, I mean, if I walk off sideways with the bow, it should be fine. I just don't really know exactly where the best spot to do it is. It's going to be useless. Yeah, I know, I know. I don't want to die there. Somebody in chat will probably remember Lich. Bro. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Woo. That was terrifying. What is with all these? I hate these items. I'm like scared of... If I get a baby jump, like, I will die. If I don't jump. Butterfly pants. The butterfly pants are gonna kill me. Definitely don't want to do that. It's just trash? Okay, you say that, but there's literally key items that I need to pick up in order to progress the game and complete the challenge. So it's probably not... Well, it probably is trash, but it's not guaranteed that it's trash. Yeah, bone dust is good. Is Vanguard not more difficult than Skelly Lords, though? Because I feel like... Surely this isn't that bad. This is not scaled. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, it also spawns enemies too? Right. Oh god. Beat LSPB. I mean, we could just run in and just see first, right? And then bone out. Oh. That's not good. Well, alright, let's beat LSPB first, and then we can die to Alana. Yeah, we could go do Chariot. Surely Chariot won't be too bad. We already have 1,000,000 soul memory, actually. We can go to Drangleic Castle, and that's actually what we should do. We already went to the 3rd DLC. Was it Nashandra? No. But I'm not surprised you said that, because chat has a really hard time differentiating Nashandra and Alana. An axe. Ooh, house key. Nice.
Majestic.
Oh. That's a big one. I think he might get stuck here. I don't think he can fit through this. Yep. Got you right where I want you, buddy. What the? Alana doesn't do ads outside her boss room. Yeah, but it's still 3 Alanas, and when Alana dies, more enemies and potentially bosses are going to spawn. Jesus. The problem is, like, if the opportunities for punishes are gonna be like non-existent. Well, actually, that's not true. I might actually have to just crossbow Alana down. With the crossbow, it might be okay. Can use pillars. Oh yeah. I don't. Flame swath is like spawns where you're standing though. So.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck! Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Do the enemies, like, can I just run past them? I don't... Doesn't seem like... No random boss on a cart. That actually would be so funny if that if he was able to do that. Risk them ganking you later. Well, like, you say that, but I don't know, they seem kind of AFK. Oh my god, that was really scary. I did not like that. Dried root, go. Green blossom. Too many items, man. I don't know. I think that it's like the tunnel is too big for him or something. All right. Oh, the first dragon ring. I mean, hell, I'll take it. Even more HP. 2,300 fucking health. Damn. Am I using boss scaling? No. It's gonna be over today. Well, I mean, even if we finish the rando, I still want to do it again with a harder rule set, so. But we still have a lot left. And we still have to kill triple Alana, so. Pseudo's randomizer is so annoying though, Lich. Like, with the fact, like, if your game crashes, which it will crash, his randomizer just like fucks you over because you have to re-randomize it every single time, and it like resets the area completely. There's an item here. I mean, I like his rando, it's just. Where's the item? Oh. Honestly, let's go, it gives you a seed you can then re-input later. He does. It does use a seed. The issue with Pseudo's randomizer is that the program needs to be it only randomizes the game while the program is running. It doesn't actually modify the game files. So, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Lich. Like, lightning infused with Sunlight Blade would probably be good for Alana. Use Faram preset for lighting mod. Is that one good? If you link it to me, I could download it. Yeah, I didn't check the manner. It's closer to vanilla. Because that preset, you have to like download it, no? All right, hold on, let me... Is it here that you load the preset? Where's the folder? Is this... DS2 atmosphere presets, ROM. All right. No, why did I do that? Can I quit out to save myself? I didn't mean to go to the DLC. Yo, Dobrito, thank you for the 56 months. Yeah, I know I have the house key. It's okay. We fought quite a few Heidi Knights. Hold on, I will... Oh, never mind. Oh, that guy almost grabbed me. Still the DBGS run? Yes, sir. Ooh, more life gems. I mean, we have so much Estus that I feel like life gems... don't matter that much.
Your soul is still frail and pallid. If you proceed regardless, your fate will be more terrible than mere life or death. But I will not stop you, if that is your heart's desire.
He had such a nice voice, yeah. I haven't found infinite life gems. Honestly, I feel like infinite life gems shouldn't be allowed in the rando. The cat sells infinite life gems in your seed. Lucky you. This guy talks so much. Oh, infinite dragon bones. I could hypothetically buy enough to upgrade the other DBGS to +5 and then I could power stance, but honestly, I think power stancing is just not really worth it. Have a backup so you don't need repair powders. You know what? That is actually kind of smart. We don't have enough though. Okay, dude. Getting my dirty footprints all over the house. It's fine. They despawn. Eventually. Can only be so many footprints. Hello, Jen. Pursuer skeleton lords. Wow, baby seed. Mickey Mouse seed. I mean, hell, we could even go kill frickin' whatever throne duo is. And Nashandra, even. Or actually, wait, can we do Nashandra? Giant's Kinship is the one that... Yeah, we can do both. Although we would get the credits, but... can fight Dark Lurker. Oh, come on. I actually avoided that. And this is gonna give us a bunch of souls, so it's pretty nice. Wouldn't you lock yourself out of Aldia? Yes. I think I could do Throne Duo, though. The hell was that? Spawn like blue feathers. Oh, that's gonna hit me. Through the wall. I thought Dark Lurker gave more. Almost died. What do you mean almost? I didn't almost die. So why are these guys not enemies? It's weird. Oh, I shouldn't have killed that dog. Oops. Well, we can just go rest. That's fine. I don't remember if these two doors have any loot. Iron Flesh is cool. But, I mean, sometimes getting knocked on the ground is a good thing. Because you do get iframes when you're on the ground. Because when you have Iron Flesh on, you can't roll, right? Would have been good for Rat Vanguard. It would have been, actually, There's an overlay for key items. Yeah, I saw... I could try to set it up again. I didn't really like how it ended up looking on my stream before. I think I just need to make it, like, tinier. Hold on. Trying to set up the overlay thing, but gonna remove some of the key items.
My name is
Toilet bitch. Okay, sorry, just one sec. I'm trying to set up the key item overlay. I just want to make it look a little bit better, though. Wait, it fucking reset itself. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? I think that looks okay. You can't really see them unless they're highlighted, so I think that's alright. Why do you need that? Just so people can see what items I have. Oh, did I reset my timer again? Were we at 8 hours? Sorry, it's 90% of chat have no idea what those items are. Yep. Yep. More rat tails. Beat Skelly Lords. I mean, it was triple pursuer, right? That's like... Can it really get easier than that? Well, I guess it could get easier. Maybe... Well... Maybe like 3 Last Giants. I'm gonna fucking die to... I feel like I'm gonna die to Alana, to be honest. 3 Alanas is fucked, but... I mean, I don't know, if I use the crossbow... It's gonna be like... I feel like I'm just gonna get greedy and get myself killed on that fight, probably. Running for half an hour is better than doing 8 hours again. Yeah, for sure. The worst part is though, I have infinite dark bolts, which like, it's not very good for Alana. I don't think there's any other vendor that sells infinite bolts. Maybe there is, though.
You have fought admirably on your journey, cursed undead. I am Nashandra, Queen of Drangleic. A true monarch carries the weight of their souls. The last king of this land, King Vendrick, as he was called.
Double Throne Defender? I think the other one has like less health. Honestly, I feel like having scaled Dragon Riders might be unnecessary. Or I mean, well, it certainly makes it easier. I guess some, well, I don't know. I guess some boss spawns could be pretty terrible. Health bar is almost touching chat. Yeah, it's getting really big. The thing is, we don't have the... Wait. Yeah, no. We don't have the key to the King's Passage. Well, we're not stuck. There's still other stuff we could do, but... we might have to go on like a loot hunt. We probably need to go do Alana. Yeah, we could check the house. I mean, there's some more things we could do. I'm probably gonna pop all of my souls and see if I can... see if I can maybe get enough for Sunlight Blade. I don't think it's possible, though. I still need 16 more levels, so... Yeah, I can lower Sunlight Blade's requirement, but I need to get to the Iron Keep in order to do that. Oh. Guess that railing is taller than it looks. How many souls of a giant do I have? 2? Oh, hello. Hey, another mushroom. Chat's having fun. Oh, can I? Oh, no. I have no key to insert. All right. Well, so we can't. All right, let's go back to Majula and we'll explore the house and we'll level up a little bit. I don't know. I would like to get Sunlight Blade before Alana, but I don't really know if that's gonna do anything. I'm also gonna go get some water. Okay, I am a little bit scared of an enemy walking over and killing me while I'm AFK here, so I am going to go in here and use one of these. And there's no way I die. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh man, I love Dark Souls 2. What a good game. Not even being sarcastic. You have King's Ring and already give Dull Ember. Yeah, I removed some of the key items from the checklist because the King's Ring is bugged and shows like the item ID on the screen, which is kind of annoying. And I wanted the layout to be more uniform. I got rid of the branch, the lock stone. Not gonna open the chests. Mate, are you trolling me? What the fuck you talking about, chests? You mean the fucking things that look like chests but are boxes? Did I actually miss something? You mean like this looking thingy? I did open the chest in the basement. Pretty sure. Unless there's another one I don't know about. No, I mean, if I did miss one, I would love to know. But I think I got it all. Wait, what? Did I never loot the... So what DLC keys do we have? We have the... Okay, so we don't have the first DLC key. We could go to Iron King. Could have had a rapier +2 at the start. Hey, you know what? If I did that, then I probably wouldn't have used DBGS, so... It's okay. We could do more bird trades. I don't think we fully cleared Betwixt. This is where we died last time. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I know, chat. Okay, so there's there's two, oh, Jesus. This motherfucker. Yeah, that's perfect. You know, I think you can just... Why is this room so horrible every time? It's not fair. Is there even an item here? Ah! Oh, we're at the beach. Or whatever you want to call it. Oh, God. I should just fight him. I'm so scared because these guys, if they hit you with their attacks, they like, they stun you for a really long time. I thought there was like an item. Is there not an item in this area? In the archer hole. I don't believe you. Oh, wait, no, I see it. Their tracking is so good. You think you can toxic them? Man, I gotta say, I really wish DS2 made, like, the UI... I don't know, it's just... I feel like they could have shown more items on screen. At once. You just end up with so much shit in your inventory in this game. Can I toxic these guys? I don't think so. Alright, honestly, I probably could have just jumped down. I just didn't want to waste healing, and I didn't want to get stuck in a loop of, like, being stun locked. How many stones do I have to give? Wow. Old Leo ring. I don't think there's anything we... Well, souls would be nice. A dragon charm. I'm not sure if there's a limit to how many items you can have dropped on the ground at once. It might be 10, in which case... Well, this is a way... I'm wasting some, but we'll see. That's one item. There's no limit. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because items... Dropped items actually stay in the world in this game. It seems like we've gotten everything that can drop from it. Oh, King's Ultra Greatsword. A double. Yeah, we have a lot of Leo rings. Alright, well... We can talk to the handmaiden now, right?
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
You would. No.
How many soul vessels do we have? One? I mean, we could... We could respec. Well, we could respec so I could use Sunlight Blade. I could take... Wait, why the fuck? Oh. I mean, we could do that. And then we can get one more level up. Back in Majula. And then we can use it. The thing is, I only get one cast of it. Do I have Lightning Clutch? I'm not gonna use that. Because I like not taking 15% more damage, or however much it is. Can't see the stat. Or hoods that increase the amount of casts. Yeah, the Hexer's hood does that, I think.
You print mom. I like mom.
Okay, I'm blind. Wait, did I just put the Hexer's hood away? Am I dumb? I'm probably dumb. Oh, I am. I have two different types of prisoner hood. That's probably fine. Getting a second cast is like well worth it. We just need... something we can actually cast with. I just did it again, dude. Okay, protective chime. I mean, I don't know. The gloves barely. Oh yeah, let me take the gloves. I don't think I have anything. Sanctum Knight leggings also... Dude, there's so many things that reduce falling damage. Okay. Sorry, enough inventory stalling. I wonder how much damage this adds. It's annoying that it doesn't show on the stat screen. Old Iron King crown would restore your one cast every 2 minutes. Do I have that crown, though? Yeah, we need to infuse. The Sanctum leggings give silent footsteps. Oh yeah? massive upgrades. All right, well, I already burned the fucking dust, chat. Pay attention. All right, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, Lana. Is there any more places I can loot? Well, I guess there's the gutter. Oh God, not the gutter. Hold on, let me go buy more dark bolts. Dude, the thing about the gutter is like, I don't even really know how to go through the area fucking normally. I mean, like, I kinda do, I definitely don't want to do the speedrun strat, because if I get a baby jump, I'm gonna die. Honestly, I think we just go do Skelly Lords. Like, we're not gonna get that much stronger for it. I think we just have to try. Oh, I never looted the item in here. I mean, the thing is, guys, like, the Skelly Lords fight is gonna be really hard, so we might as well just do it. Like, we need to get it out of the way with. Okay, you know what? Stop fucking killing. We don't need to kill everything. I'm just, yeah, I don't want to waste all my Estus. I'm gonna bone back and then just run straight to the boss. I mean, I'll kill whatever's in the way that I need to, but like, most of these enemies I don't need to kill. This fight can get even worse considering what spawns. Yeah, I think we're just gonna die here, to be honest, but we have to try at least. Because we're, again, like, we really aren't gonna get much stronger than this, is the thing that we have to, like... Like, we're not gonna get much stronger, so... we might as well do it now. I can pop a bright bug, but the fight's gonna go on for so long, I don't really know if it will matter, to be honest. Like the bright, I'm gonna get like 3 hits in the duration of the bright bug, most likely. Yeah, exact. What Salad said, like it's gonna be such a long fight, guys, that it's not gonna matter. But I mean, I can use it anyways. It's just I'm just telling you right now, it's the effectiveness of it is going to be basically non-existent because I'm going to pop it and I'm never going to be able to get a hit in. So I'm not gonna get one shot when I enter. I mean, the bosses have to like spawn in. Alluring skulls. It's just gonna be one more item that I have to cycle through. Pink baby seed. We already know what we're fighting, man. Are you not paying any attention at all? Wait, do I even have a bright bug? Oh yeah, I have one.
Toilet bitch.
I mean, I have dark bolts, 142 of them, yeah. Yeah, you can kind of see what the issue is, chat. Big damn. Big damn. I don't know. Get ready to bone out? Why? So I can come back and fucking die later? Like, why would I bone out? Ugh. Oh, come on. Come the fuck on, bro. Oh, are you fucking serious? Oh, they're weak ones at least. That's good. That's gonna hit me. Oh, it's a fucking Aldea hippo, dude. Oh no. Dude, I got headshot by a fucking arrow from like across the fucking universe from this little shit fuck on the ground. I rolled. I think I was out of stam though. fucking attack canceled my sprint. The other one. Dude! These fucking little... I hate them! He's like pre-firing me around the he can't even see me! And he's just pre-firing. Still have a lot of healing. Oh. Oh, that's big damage. Huge. I mean, I can get them both low, but the enemies that spawn in the fight count towards... They both count toward... They count towards the health pool of the boss, so I'm just gonna fuck myself if I kill them both. Okay, this is pretty chill. No hippos. Doesn't seem too bad. Just gotta get the hippo out of here. I think we're good. Shouldn't say anything, but... Don't want to greed. Man, the damage is so good. These fucking gnomes. All right, my bad, gentlemen, my bad, all right. These fucking guys. Oh, fuck. All right. Yo, Wagner, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, man. Nice baby seed, yeah. Honestly, that wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. I mean, it wasn't... It could have been worse. Grebo, thank you for the 5 gifted. Was there an item?
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Only took my entire stash of healing items. Hey, I still have a decent amount of healing. Yo, Bogdan, thank you for the 20 gifted. Wait, where's the elevator going? Wait, it goes back up? Also, Jack, thank you for the 5 gifted. K-Sway, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dog Thief, thank you for the 50 months. Kalat, thank you for the 79 months. Vario, thank you for the 5 gifted. Mooderish, thank you for the 22. Miro, thank you for the 9 months. Grebo, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Majestic.
Steak Attorney, thank you for the Prime sub. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted. Jesus, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Y'all are crazy. Kudirks, thank you for the 42 months. Black Damba, thank you for the 35 months.
Go forth. Touch the
Ooh,
demon
more repair
inside
powder.
me.
Actually kind of low on that, so it's nice.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Toilet bitch.
Whoa. I guess Sunlight Blade isn't the best against this enemy, but it looks like they're getting staggered in one shot. Or like one hit. Brother. Dude,
You, Prince Man. I like them.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Old dead stone.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
You print money. I like money.
Yo, Bogdan, thank you for the 9 gifted subs. Terijo, thank you for the 13 months. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I think we're okay. I need to, I really need to get a third monitor for my, like, notifications, because I can't... I have to, like, scroll them down sometimes, because they're not... I guess I could put them here instead. 2 monitor streamer, I know. Hadouken, thank you for the 27 months. Eva, thank you for the 5 gifted. Terijo, thank you for the 13. I think I said that before. Minty Rain, thank you for the bits. Cookie, thank you. Melisant. Leonardo, Criminal, Workleaf, thank you guys for the subs. Clefairy, Smalix, Buckethead, thank you guys.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Hi, Lepa. Kokuya, thank you for the 7 months.
Oh.
And Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay. Oh, Vanquisher's Seal. The highest hype train level on your channel. 2? What the?
Oh.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Yeah, there is so many items in this area. This weapon is Drakeblood Greatsword. It says my hype train record is level 14, 72%. Yeah, I've never had like any insane hype train, but that's... I never really... Hype train's kind of silly anyway, so.
Welcome
Sell
home,
stuff, then
Ashen One.
PC. It's too much stuff to sell, man. I can't be bothered.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
I demand a refund.
Bitch.
Well, I feel like most of the emotes that you get from the hype trains are kind of bad. Maybe there's some good ones, though. Yo, Rico, thank you for the 60 months. And Radiant Solaire, thank you for the gifted sub. Kuiper Wave, thank you for the 38 months. Killer Duist, thank you for the 2-year resub. Thank you for the bits. I'm not sure how to say your name.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Okay, well maybe there's some good ones. Most of them are kind of mid. Yo, Bursidon, thank you for the 26 months as well, man. Thank you, dude. Oh my god. Why is this game like this?
Oh.
And of course, it's an Aldea hippo as well. Like, go figure. Feel kind of bad cheesing him, but oh.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
You print money. I like it.
I didn't think he could fit. Dude, there's 3 horses here. I mean, at least I'm decent. I'm pretty equipped to deal with the horses now. Okay, you know what? I want to see how much damage. 348. How much damage does this thing add? 567. Well, I think I got a counter hit there too. The counter hits make it like hard to test damage, because the counter windows in this game are so forgiving. Like, there's counter windows in, I think, almost in like every game on the bosses, but funny enough, in like DS3 and Bloodborne, I think the counter window on a boss is very, very tiny. Oh shit! That dog had the 3rd dragon ring. Dude, I have 2,400 health. I'm juiced. Beyond belief. Only thing that would be better is like, well, Ring of Blades +2, like life ring +3, I guess. So many halberd. What the hell was that? The triple halberd? Yeah, my weapon's +5. Alright, mate. It's always the frickin' Aldea hippo too, man. Why? Imagine if it was the grab. I don't want to imagine that. Sekiro permadeath randomizer. There's like nothing to be randomized in Sekiro though. Lightning clutch. Well, I guess like enemy randomizer is more interesting. I guess I was thinking more along the lines of like items. Is there... I don't have my feather equipped. I don't know if there's any holes in this, like, in these poison pathways. What am I doing? Oh god. It was fine, guys. It wasn't even close. It was a baby hippo. Where's he going? It's so fucked up that the AoE goes so far behind the horse. Bro. Hey, hey, hey! Bringing blades +2. Oh god. Now my crossbow does even more. That was Berserk? You mean first Berserker Kazan? I have yet to finish it, but it's good. Zahn is more like Neo. I feel like Neo is genuinely the best comparison if you're going to make one. What the fuck? Oh my god. Gotta love hippos. Don't you dare heal. Thank you. We are hobbing so hard right now. That dog pushed him off. Good job, doggy. I'm up here, dumbass. Does he really not know how to get up? Ooh, more dragon charms. I think there might be a few items in there that I still can get. Oh, is there an item in the sunlight altar? I think I only have 5 medals. We'll join the Sun Bros. Offering the sunlight medals to his ass. Oh, wow. Fantastic.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
And it's an Aldea hippo. Classic. I like how his head, when I do that circle, his head like fucking goes back and forth.
Thank you.
Ow. All right. Oh no. Okay, fine. Oh, it's a weak one. Wonder if it's possible to get on the stairwell with the moon jump. Oh no. Yeah, there's an invisible. Oh, I wanted to try to ride her. That was like the perfect opportunity. Yo, Slapstick, thank you so much for the 6 months, by the way. And Oddwork, thank you for the 43. Northern Seas, thank you for the 3 months. Valent, thank you for the 4 months. We are at 20 bosses, I believe. Yo, K-Dub, thank you for the 105 months as well, man. Oh yeah, shit.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
There is an item back there that I missed.
You, Printman. I like man.
I feel like I can I need to learn how to like fight these guys melee. I mean, I kind of know. I'm just really scared of getting grabbed. But I think they can be strafed. The grab can be strafed like pretty easily, I think. $20 boss PB is the best time to learn. Yeah, true. I don't know if do you have to jump for this one? I don't know if sprinting is good enough. Don't do it. The thing is, there's just so many items where it's like, oh, don't do it, don't do it. It's like, I'm gonna probably have to get these items at some point, and I'm not gonna fucking remember all of them, but... Oh, another bright bug. Ooh, bright bug. He has no idea what to do. How the heck are you supposed to get that item? Is that, do you actually? I don't believe you can make that jump. Or well, you probably can, but it seems really precise. That's pretty fucking far. Stay right there. Yeah, you guys can ask Ella to jump for that one. Surely he'll do it. Borson seed. Yeah, I do have a sponsor coming up in an hour, chat, by the way. So we are gonna have to take a break from the DS2 run. Come on, chat, don't be like that. It's like a Metroidvania game that came out like a month or two ago. I don't know, I was like playing Metroidvanias, so. Aw, he died. It's called Somber Echoes. Yeah, come here, buddy. Yep. There's no way he fucking gets across this, right? There's no way. There's no way he can. Yeah, oh god. I don't like this. He's like waiting. He's like priming the grab, dude. He's thinking. Oh my god. He's thinking about it. You motherfucker. What are you doing? Alright. It's all good.
Shush. You idiot. Stay quiet. I'm on the... You're a few... Yeah. But why have you no... go on it.
Oh, Stone Ring is good, actually. Life Ring +1. Some chunks. Out. Buying 15k from him gives you an item.
Well,
I don't know.
you know, and that creature. Yeah. In fact, but her husband, the princess was desperate, hoping that he would restore. Before long, the princess's ire transformed her into a monster. Now, listen here. When do you think this all happened? Long ago. We said drank countless kingdoms, and this won't be. That damn that. She's going to get. God, I'm not. God, I'm.
This guy's got a lot of dialogue. Is there any item here if I go... Ah. It'd be cool if somebody made a mod that like tracks the item pickups for each zone.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
I wonder if that one-shots you. Test it? I would rather not. More loot.
You, Print Mom. I like them.
Had an item. It's just a dog, guys. It's okay.
Well, this trip,
Wait, who the hell's this?
I don't.
Got the third dragon ring? Yeah, but what else could I need now, okay? Guys, alright, fine. I'll go up and get the fucking garbage. Just for you, alright? Wow. Scimitar. Put the skirt on. Yeah, that's guaranteed death. I mean, if I do the moon, the glitch jump, I could do it, but I don't know how you're meant. Why did that trap do so much damage? Sheesh. Yeah, there's definitely a few areas that I need to like figure out how to get certain items. The problem is, I mean, even if you can make a jump, if you get a baby jump, you're just gonna die, so it's like not really worth it. You can jump the gap over the fan blade. Yeah, but there's nothing else there, I don't think. There's a secret door behind the last chest. I don't know. Is there? besides key items or anything left to find. Life ring +3 instead of +2. Other than that, the key items mainly, yeah. Seems confused. Oh! Oh! Dude, what the fuck is that room? All right. Water is healing. Listen. The bonfire's right here. It's okay. What is that hippo doing over there? Am I afraid of the hippo's grab attack? It's less that I mean, the grab attack is scary, but I'm also afraid of, like, they can stun lock you with their 3-hit combo. Well, 2 hits will stun you. I think, depending on the third follow-up they do, it can hit you as well, but... Like, if the hippo hits you twice, and then an enemy hits you and staggers you, then the hippo will just go straight into, like, another combo. It's just... They're really dangerous. Their hitboxes are massive. If you get grabbed when you're missing any bit of health, you're basically just dead. You can't spam the triggers in this game either to get out of grabs, like, easier. How do you get to, like, the rafter section, though? I don't know how to get those items down there. There must be like a path that I missed. Well, you can definitely survive a grab from the hippos in the forest. What? What a fight. I feel like the randomizer should make it so you don't get the same boss, or like you can't get the same boss that's normally there. That wouldn't be random. I mean, it would be random, except bosses can't be the same boss they're normally supposed to be. Can I throw so your PB stays in the lead? How much damage does this fire do? That item's so scary to grab. Do I have flash sweat? Oh, I do. It's okay, chat. I don't know if I have the crying mask or not. Good question, actually. I do.
You, Printman. I like him.
What's up, Nims? Yo, Made Full, thank you for the 31 months. Alright. Man, we still gotta go through the gutter, and I've just been putting it off for so fucking long. The last time I was in the gutter was a very unfun experience. Also, like this item right here, is actually terrifying. Like, if this was Elden Ring, if this was Elden Ring, it would be like no problem. But Dark Souls 2, fucking movement. I don't know. I think we gotta leave all these cursed items for later. What happens if it's an item you need? Well, I'll have to come back for it. The iron wall. Isn't the dark area annoying as fuck to loot? Yeah, I haven't been there yet. The gutter, I assume that's what you're talking about. Yeah, the gutter's like fucked. I was in the gutter before on a good run, and I just got destroyed. If there's an enemy like hiding somewhere and they hit you with the ranged attack, like a strong ranged attack that can push you back, you can just fall off the bridges. Like, even if you're dead center. It's fucked. +1. Yeah, I don't know, Nems. I'm actually not sure about that. Just light up everything in the gutter. See, you say it makes it easier, but like, I don't even know where the fucking torch... I don't even know where the torches are, man. Every time I do the gutter, I just speedrun it. Yeah, I think the rando will be easier. For the gutter. Or for the DLC. I mean... You also... Wait, can you get to that without jumping it? You have to do that jump, don't you? Or no, can't... No? Is there a ladder on the side to get up? Do the enemies get the horse AI? No, I think... The horses are just really, really good at following you, no matter where they are. It has nothing to do with like the area. Some enemies though will act differently depending on like if they're meant to do some like weird scripted stuff. You're not dodging anymore? Yeah. I'm just kind of face tanking. I just have so much Estus. Does it actually go that far? Hmm. In the wall. I'm okay. That looks so weird. So it's so like dark. The hell? We can't you can only get to the bonfire from the smelter side, I think, right? Hmm. Seems like Burr drops flash sweat. Oh, do you think that's what happened? Because I swear, I was taking more damage there than I expected. How do I get back? I guess I have to go through the... So what, you jump right here instead, or what? Oh, Jesus. Fucking enemy is so stupid. I mean, there's no other way for me to get there, though. The thing is, I honestly feel like if I got a strong jump there, I would have died. I'm pretty sure I actually would have died. Because that was like a mid jump. But I guess I didn't have enough time to run up in order to get a long jump there anyways. So, I don't know. I guess it's fine. Could have aimed yourself towards the door frame. Yeah, I should have aimed a little bit more left, I guess. Do it again. I don't think Eye of the Priestess is actually needed. Oh, hi. Wrong room. Poor Iron King is like such a joke. Piggy. We're doing it. Is there a better crossbow than this? There actually might be. We have like the Sanctum crossbow, which I believe is pretty good. We also have, yeah, we have the Sanctum repeating crossbow too. Well, Sanctum has a good dark attack that drains 20% of its durability. So if you fire it 5 times, it's broken. So, yeah. I don't have the repair spell. Yeah, it repairs on bonfire rest, but there's generally not a bonfire every 5 shots of a weapon. So like, if you want to use, I mean, you can just shoot it normally. But if you want to use the special attack, you need either a fuck ton of repair powder or the repair spell. It's just, that's just how it is. Die. You enjoy all the meme weapons in DS2, yeah. That's why I want, so I want, if I end up beating this rando, like on this run or soon, and I'm thinking about trying to do another rando run where I have to use a different weapon for every boss. So like, after I kill a boss, I gotta throw away my weapon and switch to something else. I feel like that could be fun. I mean, because the thing is, then, you know, if I get a weak boss, like, then I'll have to use a lot of different weapons. And also, if, you know, if I get like an easy boss, I'm not just gonna kill it in like half a second because I'm OP as fuck. Like I could just use like a shit weapon instead. Not that the fights, oh, we got 3 bright bugs. Ooh, 3 bright bugs. Three bite bugs to never use. I mean, I don't know what, in terms of fights, like what ones are scary that are left? I feel like most are okay, because we did Vanguard, and we did Authority, and yeah, I guess Gang Squad might be kind of scary. Because Gang Squad is going to be like Sentinels, like 3 bosses, I guess. But at least there's a big room and you could probably trap them in like crevices and stuff. Secret. Was there something up there that I missed? Oh my god. On the right before the jump? Jump? Yeah, I don't know if I've ever opened this before. Chloranthy +1. We could switch to Chloranthy instead of wait a sec. Okay, this might be stupid, but I want to see. I wonder if you could jump out of here. I'm gonna try. I don't think so. Yeah, you can do like a drop strat. But I think it has to be like a jump. I'm just gonna do this. Can't remember. Wait. Did I already pull this? Oh no, the ladders. I think we're good. Come on, run off the ledge. I know you want to do it. Change pants? Why? I like these pants. Bows are so lame. You know what? They are part of the game. You would be banned in Hobbs chat if you said that. I'm just kidding. I don't think Hob bans like anybody. Or maybe he does. I don't really know. Ooh, Brightstone key. Depending on his mental health state of the day. Yeah, that's fair. This place is fucked. The salad spot is incoming. Ooh. See, the thing that I'm scared of is like these guys both have projectiles. Do the chains have a hitbox? Holy shit, what the fuck? Wait, there's more items in here, I think. terrifying. You know how we wonder, like, how does an enemy show up after 20 seconds? Like, or, you know, after 2 minutes randomly? Where do they come from? It's because they're fucking stuck. Not unsure where to fucking go. Did the algorithm get tweaked? No, it's a randomizer, and it's random. I know, crazy. How much damage do you think this does to me? Oh, fucking nothing. And just sit here and tank it. Oh shit. Missed an item on the lower level of the previous room. There's no lower level. That is the lower level. There is? Okay. You know what? I shouldn't act like I know, because to be fair, I don't know all the items in this game. Oh, the lava chest. I know. I think I know now what he means. It's better for us to go back to the smelter bonfire, though, if we want to go there. Okay, dude. Yeah, that guy's just built different. Is there anything else I need? Flash sweat, the ring. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, there's an item. I didn't know there was another fucking item. Fuck. Why are you not... Why do you, like, take fucking... No okay, dude. fucking ring. Oh. You stupid fucker. I do have a bone dust. That's true. That is true. So worth, you know, you never know what it could be though. Like you can't just skip all the loot because you're not gonna get everything you need. Use orange burr. I did that before, but the orange burr overrides flash sweat. I have Brightstone key. Yeah. Yeah. I skipped one in the starting area. I don't think I did. This enemy is a fucking piece of shit. Platforms on lava? Oh, I wasn't really sure what you guys were talking about. Up. He could probably fall in the hole, I imagine. Alright guys, we've got access to DLC 2. Skeleton Lord's dead? Yeah. They are. Think you have this in the bag? Yeah, honestly, okay, the thing I'm most scared of is getting those meme items that I've skipped. If it comes down to it and we can't find like specific key items, and the gutter. I'm also really scared of the gutter. Anywhere you can fall is just so scary. That's why I kind of like the idea of, like, if I do end up beating this randomizer, I do want to try doing the rando with, where I have to use a different weapon every time I kill a boss. Because then like, the loot still kind of remains, like, relevant, up until the very end, which is kind of nice. I mean, obviously key items are still important, but that health bar is crazy. It really is. I like how he's just it's the strongest shield in existence. Somehow the DLC areas are easier. Yeah, well, okay, I mean, it's not that surprising. Although that one room is gonna be kind of sketch. The, like, trap room. Well, it could be sketch, but honestly, it's probably less sketch than it normally is. Missed item. What? Oh. Elstad. Stop buffing him! You bitch! Probably shouldn't have tanked that. I thought I could kill him with the... Man, I wonder if a key item can be in these, like, bodies. Is there enemies in here? Do the jump? No, hell no. Alright, we're gonna try to get to the bonfire and then I gotta switch over for the sponsor. The gesture pants help with jumps. Wow, I'm a dent, dude. I emailed not emailed, but I was like, I can't get the key that I got, the key to work that they sent me for the sponsor. And, it's because I was offline on Steam. Hold on. I will have 10 keys to give away for the game as well. Alright. Oh. Fire seed. How many fire seeds do we have? 8. It's like it's a new Metroidvania game that I'm gonna be playing in a few minutes. I gotta get to a bonfire first. Probably should have stopped at the last bonfire, but it's okay. Oh god, I didn't see her. I didn't see her! Bro? Not cool. Not cool. Oh. Fire lady died to fire. How ironic.
Toilet bitch.
All right. 23 bosses. Let me send a quick little level up. What should I even level at this point? More vit? More endurance? Leveling HP doesn't, like, do anything at this point, is the thing. We have 146 stem. We can do, I think that gives us an extra hit in our combo. Or maybe, oh, actually, maybe we've always been able, I don't know, I'm confused, but 3 int. Endurance cap is 20. No, it's not. It's 30, I'm pretty sure. I make the kill count out of the max number. I mean, I could. It just doesn't really matter. All right. Well, let me pause the timer. All right, we're going to switch over to the sponsor chat. We're going to be checking out this Metroidvania game for about an hour. Ella does it? Does what? Oh, the soft cap is 20. Yeah. But we also have third dragon ring, so our stamina levels are getting amplified by that slightly, because I think it's percentage based. He just does it. I have no idea what he does. Sounds sounds like most of chat suggesting things. Oh man. Yo, the key overlay is actually positioned so perfectly with the timer right now. It's beautiful. There's one item missing in the corner. Which I thought was going to make it look bad, but it looks perfect. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to be checking out a game called Somber Echoes. We may get back to doing more DS2 later. No, the run is not dead. We have a sponsored stream. I didn't know that I would be this deep into a run. I know you guys are obviously excited to watch DS2, but we're gonna check this game out for a bit here. Let me turn on some music in the meantime. Dude, I haven't gone to that French onion soup place in a while. have a sponsor, and I'm taking a break from the run. I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything for the sponsor here. This game is called Somber Echoes. We're sponsored by hold on, let me turn off the music and boot up the game. Yeah, we're sponsored to check out this Metroidvania called Somber Echoes. They're also partnering with something called Dare Drop, which is like a website where you can basically accept like a challenge to do in a video game as like a streamer, and if you do it, then you'll get like a reward. So here, I can actually show you guys what I mean. Permadeath randomizer an option. You guys are addicted. Am I leaving? No. Okay, we are ready to go in a second. I'm gonna take chat off screen as well. You guys are not very good at behaving yourselves. All right, borderless, 1440. $144. Oh yeah, so let me show you guys the dare drop thing before we start here as well. No. Okay, Jingle. All right, Jingle. You know, if for a name like Jingle, you're not very nice. Okay. Anyways, Dare Drop is a website where you can, I believe it's for like creators and streamers, where you can take on challenges put out by the devs, and if you beat them, then you will basically get a reward for doing it. So, like Somber Echoes is the game that we are sponsored to play today, and so they have these things called dares, and I believe, so like some of them are really easy. I accepted this giga easy one, but there is ones like if you beat the game under 5 hours, you'll get like a game key or 2 game keys, I think, because it says 2 rewards. Yeah, stuff like that. So we are gonna try to
Welcome home, Ashen One.
impale 10 flying enemies using the Legionnaire Spear. I don't think I'm required to actually complete one of these, but we will try. I don't know when you even get the Legionnaire Spear, but... Alright. Yeah, you guys can check out Somber Echoes by clicking the link. If you type !Echoes, or you can click the pin at the top of the stream.
And so it came to be. Adrestia, the unstoppable, would walk these halls once more, to reason with her once beloved twin she had returned, after long years of absence.
The game audio is too low.
The matriarch.
Alright, hold on. Let me add some gain.
A revered and feared leader had been conspiring against the Tyr and Nyx, those who opposed her set. The ship was on the verge of civil war between her worshippers and those who called her a blasphemer, by duty bound.
And I have 10 keys of this game to give away as well, chat. We'll probably do that towards like the end of the sponsor though.
Bystanders waited in silent tension. But the catastrophe that came next.
Yeah, the game is out. I believe it released in January.
Massive doors blew off their hinges. Decay and erosion.
You need to buy game to get keys after finishing challenge. No, I'm gonna be giving away keys to you guys in chat.
Horrid screams of the innocent.
Just for being here.
The terminal fog came to an end. Abrupt, relentless.
Is that me?
Visceral. Her mind faded into the darkest darks. Oblivion swept over her, rigid and unrelenting, like the soaring tide.
The one that you showed on the site? Well, basically, Dare Drop is a way for, like, streamers to interact. I'm not sure... I might be slightly... I don't know, I may need to double check, but... Oh.
Ethereal fingers tightened in an empty fist. Her blade was missing from her side.
I'm not sure if the dares can be done by, like, viewers, as well. Like... Because obviously you would need the game to do the dare, so... Should you change stream title? I already did. At least, I think. Alright, I'm running. Wait, can I double jump? No.
Groaning and sighing, awakened from a slumber deep.
I've heard that this game is, so it's like a Metroidvania, but it's kind of like a, more like a platformer Metroidvania in a way. Like, I don't know how like crazy the combat is. I don't know. I was just reading up about the game a bit, but we'll see. Like Ori, yeah, kinda. Hold LB to negate damage from an incoming enemy attack. Okay. Simple enough.
She had no recollection of this place, and how she even got there. The last thing carved in hazy memory, her sister's raging grimace.
All I can do is run.
A jarring contrast from before. This place was so familiar. A bustling marketplace on the Atromitos. She almost felt at home. This was a dream. That much was clear. A frayed and distant memory. There she was. Harmonia, still a child. Her vision of a secret place. Sharing in excitement.
Yeah, the voice is kind of familiar. I don't know. I don't know what it is though. You can block midair though. Oh, I can inspect. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it does kind of sound like the Maiden in Black. Wait. Oh, okay. I see. I can stomp.
Her grip tightened around the weathered hilt. Her combat instinct writhed. If this forsaken place wanted to keep her as a prisoner, her blade it would now taste.
Gladius, a weathered but trusty blade. Oh, we can attack now. Nice. Okay, sorry, I was trying to see if you could like spam the down air by blocking to prevent the. You might be able to. I don't know. I'm not trying to break the game. I'm just trying to be efficient, chat. Okay.
This memory was bittersweet. The day they came of age. And as was the tradition, a prophecy of what their future held. they sought together. Their innocence they left behind that day.
Yo, Kyle, thank you for the 95 months.
Horrendous. With an empty gaze.
What's up, brother?
The oracle decreed. Harmonia's
I really want to.
thread of life.
Actually, I'm not going to say it.
Sever.
I wanted to say that there's another game that I want to play, but I'm waiting for an update. But I don't want to talk about other games while I'm doing a sponsor for for a game itself. The enemies don't seem too threatening, though. They don't do too much damage. Oh, the enemies give health when you kill them, too.
Terror incarnate. She was forewarned by the ethereal whispers.
Oh, look at them teeth. Well. There we go. Don't mess it up. Oh no! I'm dying to the tutorial boss. I suck. Come on. What the? Dude, I'm getting filtered by the bots. He's jumping. I'm going for the parry and she's jumping over my head, dude. She's dude. This boss is a 5-head. Oh, that hit me! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh. Leave! Please. Oh my god. It is a skill issue, man. Getting wrecked. This area looks cool.
It was the day she made the choice to leave Atromitos, her former life, her sister, far behind. Harmonia had now devolved to incoherent rumblings, visions she claimed of promised greatness and a stolen birthright. She cursed her for revealing the truth of her animations with one breath, and with the next.
Oh, hold on, let me mute my alerts. Yo, nobody, thank you for the 17 months.
Still to stay.
It's okay, guys. It's okay. It's not like we're doing a sponsor for like frickin' Mario. I like the music. No, it's just certain brands are like very, very, you know, strict. And from my experience, like indie devs and stuff are like way more chill.
The voices pressed her onward. Salvation now was within reach. Closer drew, the smallest of sparks appeared, and when to a pulsing beacon it grew, the voices hesitated.
What is that?
Sounded once again. To merge her light with the beacon they commanded, and use its power.
You can spam the stomp like really fast. Well, actually, I think if you're hitting an enemy, it doesn't spam as fast. Oh, I should probably read the tutorial on my screen. Aim, then press A. Oh, shoot. That's cool.
Ever burning, Aether himself, the beginning of all, then spoke. Time was of the essence still, and with his gift, she could now climb the once glorious hall. Many an innocent soul had met its tragic end, and many more would follow, unless the plan Harmonia pursued was quashed once and for all.
Higher residence. Base Harmonia. Cool. Wait, can I not? Well, hopefully there was nothing else over there. Adrestia has the power to manifest Aether lanterns at any location. Recharge her Aether core by landing on the ground. Oh. Oh, cool. It's a fun little movement ability. Oh, was that like health? Not sure what that was. I really like this ability. It's fun. I thought I could. Oh, I guess. Wait. I guess that was it. Down there. I guess you go down there to get the ability, and then you're meant to go back up. Thought there was something else I missed, though. I don't know what that is, but I think it's something I need. Well, here, hold on. Chat was telling me the game was too loud or too quiet before, but I feel like it might be slightly too loud now. I'm gonna turn it down a tiny bit. Where in the heck am I supposed to be going here?
The brightest of flashes, and the
I mean, it's just a platforming section, chat.
Welcomed her after the perilous climb. A potent force, unseen, relentless, shoved her back and down again, forcing her into a spiraling fall.
Yeah, I like the vibes of the game so far.
Eternal Nyx, goddess of the night, offered the stern direction to reach the all-powerful Harmonia once more through the forsaken vessel she had to delve. The gift of Nyx had been bestowed. It clad her in sturdy armor, but it, alone, was not enough to see her through this mission.
What the? It's devoid of life now. Enhancements. Oh, so that's what the crystals do. There's 3 things you can enhance? Zap. Oh, there is fast travel. Oh, you can... Oh. Oh, shit. Dang it. There's a platform over there. Don't think we can get to it, though. No more music? I mean, I don't know. Oh. Well. Oops. Go fight the boss. You don't actually take damage from the environmental stuff, it looks like. Oh, that was not good. That was not good. I'm trolling. No! No! What am I doing? Wait, do I have to... I think I let go of the analog stick. We're behind him. Oh, I think there might be contact damage. Already forgot you can block. Yeah. It's a manifestation of a memory. Fires are erupting all over the district. A group called the Cindered proclaimed that the only way to eradicate the infestation is through fire. Anyone who opposes them is set alight too. Do not act brave. Try to make it to the rescue capsules. I like the map though. It's very simple.
Radiance and Nocturne had been disturbed, Aether and Nyx explained. The source of all this misery and pain, meddling and foolish mortals. The equilibrium Adrestia needed to restore.
I do have 10 keys to give away for this game, by the way, chat. We'll be doing that later though. Break the balls. What does it mean to get a key? Yeah, it's... Well, if you win, you will get the game for free. Yeah, I have 10 keys to give away for the game. This game's been out for a while, yeah. Yeah, it came out in January, I believe. Honestly, I like it so far. It doesn't seem like it's as focused on combat, but more so like exploration. I like the levels look really nice. I'm curious what other kind of movement abilities you're gonna get though. I like the orb. I imagine you're gonna be able to get multiple like charges to the orb. Maybe not though. I don't know. Nice one. Alright, I'm gonna block this time. And I missed. And I missed. I did it! And I'm dead. Oh, oops. Whoa. Wait, do you, maybe you do more damage from behind. There might be like a back damage mechanic. Whoa, what is that? Is that a sword?
Automated security measures in
Oh, I want
place.
that.
Please restore power to the district. Key chamber to negate.
Yeah, it looks like a spear. The
Automated security measures in place. Please
I guess we need to
restore
like
power
lift
to
the lockdown or
district
something.
safety chamber to negate.
Nyx fragment obtained. Energy source for your armor. Collect 3 more to permanently upgrade your armor. Yeah, I mean that's just chat, dude.
It was Alea, a figure well
Like-
known aboard the Atromitos.
In the
She
intro
was
of the
a
game,
benevolent
it's like
soul
this game seems
with a
really
gentle heart.
easy.
That cared for the unfortunate.
It's the tutorial, bro.
The rescue capsules were inert. Many survivors were stranded. She intently pleaded for Adrestia's help to save all who were in need.
First boss was messing me up. Well, I meant more so in general. Oh. Oh shit, that's fun. It's like a launches you out the tube. You get so much like speed. Can you like... Oops.
Her senses dulled.
So
She
fast.
gazed at her surroundings. The city that once proud here stood. What to the statue of Harmonia his gaze affixed. The man seemed lost in thought. But as Adrestia slowly approached, he swiftly turned to face her. It was Hephaestus standing there, an artisan renowned. His engineering skills and artistry were famous far and wide. He pleaded for aid. The ship could still be saved if all the pieces of a shattered necklace could be found.
Charge. Hello, Ain. Or Forest Wolf. Yeah, of course. Thank you for sponsoring me. I would have never heard of the game otherwise, so. Okay, so yeah, some of you guys in chat were saying that I can upgrade, but I don't have like, there's like an item you need. It's like a cube or something. Something up there. Well, maybe not. I don't know, it like looks different. Whoa, oh my goodness. I like how simple the map, like the map is in this. There was another game I played recently where the map was like, oh god, it annoyed the crap out of me. I'm gonna die. Oh, I can't, yeah. I can't block against fire, it seems. Hey, Born Again, thank you for the gifted sub. And Tiki, thank you for the 35 months, man. Nailed it. Oh, that looks like so close to being possible. Oh! I don't think you can, though. Oh, wait. Oh! Nope. I don't think you can.
His armor bashed and stained, but his prowess and determination unwavering. Aris, the captain of the Atromitos Watch, as stealth and vigilant as she remembered. He would stand guard, he said, if she could find a way for the security measures to be lifted.
Oh, you can add a nickname to a room. Cool.
Automated security measures in place. Please restore power to the district. Kirky chamber to the gate.
Money, money, money. Oh, you have to drop down. Do you lose currency on death? I don't think so, no. I actually have a good amount of currency. Get stomped. Necklace piece? Oh. Is this like a train? I'm dead? Wait, what? Okay. Okay. I'm dead. Thought I had like over 2 health there. I guess he does a lot of damage. Okay, so those guys just explode. Good. Buddy, blow up. Thank you.
His eyes were hollow, but he lived. His gratitude he extended.
Can you block his explosion? I don't know. Good question.
The cindered rise up again after they burned. Nocturne and flame sustained them.
Survivors Inspired 1. Inspired survivors will eventually make their way to the rescue capsules. Be on the lookout for more unfortunates waiting for salvation. Use like grubs. Missed item. What? Oh, you mean the... you mean the rest
With
spot?
every mystical shrine she ignited, Adrestia could clearly feel that the influence of Aether and Nyx on the Atromitos was ever so slightly
Other rooms straight up? Oh, really? Oh, sure, you're right. Chat here to save the day. Hover. Ooh. Okay, cool. What are these little things, dude? I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh gosh. Goodbye. guess. Alright, let's just run past here. These little guys don't give any healing when you kill them. Well, it seems like you can just do a normal block as well. I don't know what the difference is, though. Maybe they don't get, like, staggered as hard. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I kind of already forgot that I can hover. Classic. I don't really like that.
In breathtaking detail, a man, his face twisted in agony. The helmet mounted on his head seemed ancient in style, as did the shield resting idly by his side, and he snapped in two long spears. Shackled by heavy chains that dug deep into his skin, the man was being crushed, diminished. And though heroic his form seemed, his identity remained a mystery. In breathtaking, the helmet shackled by, and though heroic,
Oh, another checkpoint. Oh wait, what the heck is this? Circ chamber.
Key interface. Lower residence. Now online. Access level. Helicon Legion Tribune. Verified. Security measures have been lifted.
Oh, nice. Okay. We have a lot of the currency. Oh, wait, the sword. The spear. I mean, hold triangle while aiming. Ah. Oh, wait, what did it say at the top? It will weaken them, I think? Oh, you can see it. Wait. Oh, you have to grab it back? Can you stand on it? That's what I wanted to do. That's what I was thinking, but I don't think you can. Okay, so there's a turret up here. There's another door. Okay, I think we want to go back up here now, but I'm gonna go... I'm curious about this security turret. Cool. That was close. Oh my god. Okay. He pushed me out. I'm getting wrecked. There we go. The heck are these things? I wonder if it's possible to make it there. I don't think so. I don't know if we can do anything about the turrets. Okay. So these doors are all still locked. Infested vents. Can I go down here? Oh, no, it's just... Oh, wait. There is a path to the left. Just jumps at me. I'm so bad, man. Oh. Okay, we go back through here. Oh, I just realized my pinned message disappeared. Wait, what? I could have sworn I gosh. Oh my god. Well, it's there now. I put it back. I think you have to set it to like, you have to set a timer for it, and I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. It does look like there is a path. Like if you can destroy the turret, I think there's a path behind it. Looks like. These enemies are crazy. Still no impaling. What do you mean, with the spear? I'm using the spear. Oh! If we go from the opposite side, we break it. These little guys. What's cool about this this ability too is like if you mess up, you can actually jump back into the initial starting point. You only get to do that once though, it looks like. Oh no. No! I don't want to die to the little guys. Can't bring me back. Oh. Well, there's a healing guy here. Nice. Oh my. Is that the boss? No, no. Oh, nice. We can actually get an upgrade now. That's one of the upgrade items. More damage. What is this? Oh, it's just... Oh, it's one of the chambers.
Key interface. The Grove. Now online. Security measures have been lifted.
Hey, radioactive sheep, thank you for the prime sub, man. I want to see if there's anything over here. I don't think I can actually go up there. Well, maybe. Kind of doubtful though. No. Can fast travel between districts by using circle. Ah. I see. Right, because there's district travel and local travel now. Yeah. I think I'm gonna stay here though. He fires back so fast. Thought I had an opportunity. I've got some serious Pepe game. Oops. Oh my god, I can't. I'm so bad. Ooh, this. Goodbye. This game is tough. Like, I'm actually. Because, I mean, you only have 3 health. I'm sure, well, though, you can get more, but... Okay, I can one-shot these guys, though. Just need to not miss. There's something I need over there. Check this way though first. Spear's a lot of fun to use though. I don't think we can do this. Actually, well... Wait, I have an idea. No, you can't do this. Okay, I'm done. Although, yeah, okay, I guess we just go up. Well, I was thinking maybe I could sword slash in the air, but that didn't really work. Shuttle. Ooh. Shuttle Bay. All right. The rescue capsules are powered down. Security measures are making it hard to get to the console that powers them up. Maybe if I can make it to Ashfall using the shuttle, I can reach the switch through the cesspit. People are very excited about DS2. Oh, I have to hold B, I think. Oh, yeah. Well, this is cool. Get to control my own elevator.
The ship that brought her home was long gone, but the memory was still fresh. How every step that brought her closer to Harmonia felt heavy and foredoomed.
Hey. 4 crystals. Hold on, I don't know if I'm able to get up there or not. I want to check though. Oh, that's the wrong one. Doesn't seem like it. Fracture event seems to have had some unthinkable consequences. From what we can gather, the Atramitos has been pulled into an unknown dimension. All communication systems are returning cryptic errors. We have been unable to contact High Command. All SOS pleas have gone unanswered. I'm not sure what these circles are. I mean, well, they're like lore, obviously, but I don't know if there's any secondary purpose for them. Okay, I guess we go down.
Automated security measures in
No.
place. Please
Shoot.
restore power to the district. Key chamber to negate.
Okay, we need to get... I guess we go this way. I am using the minimap.
Automated security measures in place. Please restore power to the district. Key chamber to negate.
Oh man, can I... Yeah, Forest Wolf, no worries. I think I'm doing alright. Just gonna follow the the markers on the map. I assume that's what they're there for. Oh, I don't think we can do this. I think we need more zaps. Oh, that's nice. The Synod have broken into the district. They are coming. They will burn everything down to purge the infestation in the name of their leader, the Phoenix. The Phoenix. Oh. No! Dang it. That's okay. We speed run back there. What the? I almost did it again. I forgot about the turret again. Oh. Alright. What is with all these eyeball enemies? I guess they're just for money. It's more Metroidvania. Yeah, this is like a...
The form of Harmonia suddenly.
Oh, this...
Hazy and translucent like an apparition. A multitude of tension and unrest evident in her posture. Her words were harsh and sharp as blades. She donned a menacing stance. But in her tone, Adrestia could sense a sliver of regret.
Hi, Counter Kitty.
She had never come to this, she said. She hoped Adrestia would reconsider, for the alternative would swiftly spell their grim and final doom.
Oh yeah, what was the dare that I needed to do? Kill 10 enemies with the spear? I think we've done that at this point, honestly. The thing is, I think you need like video footage of each... Oh yeah, maybe it was like flying enemies. Yeah, you need to submit like video footage, so... I don't know, I guess you would need to do it like back to back if you wanted to get it in one clip. Oh yeah, I guess you could kill those super tiny little flying bubble enemies. But yeah, it's fine. We don't need to do the dare. We're just trying to bring attention to it. Which, by the way, guys, you can oh Jesus! What the? You guys can check out the game by clicking the link in the pinned message, or by typing !echoes.
The blockade had been overrun. No soldier had been spared. The tragic scene brought back the memory of what the High Command had ordered. Return to the Atromitos and reason with Harmonia.
Yes, yes, guys, I know you love DS2.
End her life.
I need to go to the grocery store today, though. So I'm probably just... I don't know if we're gonna do... I don't know if we're gonna do more DS2, guys. Probably gonna play this for a bit longer. I think we're done with the sponsor already, but I'm gonna play for a bit longer. I don't know. I want to see if I can maybe get to like another boss. I don't know if there's... I don't know how many bosses there are in this game, though, but... I really need to go out to the grocery store because we have nothing at our house right now, and I'm like getting kind of sick of it. We've been streaming for 8 hours already. Oh my, 8 hours already anyways. I was wondering if you were like invuln while you're in the ball, but I think we found a survivor guy.
Emaciated but alive. To the escape pods she would rush, as soon as it was safe.
There was an upgrade that makes you invuln in the ball. It's the zap one, right? Oh yeah, you become invulnerable by zapping. Out of the lantern. You could order food? Well, yeah, of course, but like... I like having food in my fridge. Can order groceries. Okay, listen, we used to order groceries, but I swear, oh my god, it's this guy again. What the hell? I'm alive. You never killed it? That's true. He did run away, didn't he? Every time I ordered groceries online, they like whoever is getting the groceries literally doesn't care at all. They'll pick like the crappiest fruit and like stuff that's about to be like expired. It's just like, I'm serious, dude. Because we ordered like Amazon delivery or something, and whoever got my groceries, or whoever picked out the fruit just picked the crappiest stuff that's like rotting on the shelf. Did he leave? Oh. Why would they care? I mean, fair enough, but yeah, I mean, I don't even think, I almost feel like these services, they know that if you order it online, you're not gonna like, you can't like, well, I don't know, maybe you can send it back, but like most people won't, or like, essentially if they give their, it almost feels like they're incentivized to just give you the stuff that is like expired or old or bad because you can't do anything about it. Oh, I'm like super picky when it comes to like fruit and stuff. And I tried, I was like, oh, you know, maybe it was just a one-off thing. Every single time I ordered groceries, the fruit was terrible. Like, it's so disappointing. It's like actually pissed me off. Fingernail marks in your fruit? I would rather have that than frickin' rotting fruit. You just cut off the bits. Tooth marks? Okay, I don't Just don't order fruit. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, there's some stuff you can order that is fine. Attached to radiant surfaces as a lantern. Oh. Oh, you can, oh, okay. Can switch walls with L2. Or you can like bounce the opposite direction rather with L2. Oops. Who eats fruits anyways? I love fruit. I started buying Cosmic Crisp apples. They're so good. I used to like Honey Crisp more, but I think I've changed. Apples or oranges? I feel like apples are just better, or like apples are more consistently better. Oranges can be really good. Sounds like a cereal. The Apple rankings website. No, what's number one on the Apple ranking website? Hidden Rose apples. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to do the key giveaway now, and then we're probably gonna end the stream. I really want to go get groceries and stuff. Honeycrisp is second. Well, what's first? Sweet Tango Apple. Interesting. I don't know if I've heard of that. Alright, so yeah, I have 10 keys to give away for Somber Echoes chat. If you're not lucky enough to get a key and you want to check out the game, of course, be sure to use the link in the pinned message at the top of chat or by typing !echoes. But yeah, so you guys can type, hold on, let me see here. I'm gonna try to do this with Nightbot, I don't know. I think they changed. Keyword giveaway. Okay, here we go. Conditions, enter keyword echoes. All right, chat. Echoes. If you would like a chance to win a key, you might just some of you who just typed it at the very beginning, you might have to type it a second time because I didn't have it started right away. Message farming. Yeah, you caught me. I don't think it's case sensitive. I'm not 100% sure though. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and then when I get back, I will roll it. All right, we've got 272 people. Here we go. Pink Boy. Mr. Pink Boy. If you win, type a message in chat so I know you're here. Congratulations, buddy. I'm sending your key in a Twitch whisper. All right, here we go. The handsome Brit. The handsome Brit. Congratulations, my man. I sent you your key. Please summon Egon. Followed 4 years ago. I was like, how did he follow 4 years ago, but his name is Egon? But I guess he changed his name, so that makes sense. Egon, you there? Egon. Yes, you won. Alright, he's here. Very good. Congratulations, my man. I'm sending you your key. Mash triangle. Mr. Triangle. Wait, did Mash say anything? I accidentally closed out of the... Mr. Mash. Oh, he's here. Alright. Yeah, just... I mean, I guess it's fine. I can just send the key to the people who won, even if they don't say anything, but... He's posted several things. Yeah, sorry, I closed out of it and I couldn't see. Newell. Man, what is that profile picture, Newell? Followed 7 years ago. All right. Congratulations, Newell. I'm just gonna send you the key. I'm sure everybody who entered is here anyways. Or will be. Vanquished 901. Pink boy just Pink, he just said, I'm sorry, I just came to your stream and I don't know what's going on. You won a copy of the game that I'm playing called Somber Echoes. Bro, he just joined the stream. He's like, everybody's typing Echoes. I'm gonna type Echoes too. Okay, anyways, congratulations. Alright, Vanquished, I'm sending you your key. Alright, I've got 4 more keys to give away, chat. 4 more keys. Legend Jerry. Congratulations, Jerry. Heathwoe. Congratulations, bud. He's here. All right, 2 more keys, chat. 2 more keys for Somber Echoes. I have no face 5. Congratulations. All right, the final key. Who's it gonna be? Randomizer. Are you there, Rand? I probably said your name wrong, but congratulations. All right, well, congrats everybody. Thank you everybody who stuck around for the sponsored stream. I think, yeah, I don't know. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I'll be honest, yesterday I think I streamed a little bit too long because my neck was like killing me by the end of the stream, and my neck is a little sore again. So, I mean, it's fine, but yeah, I'm gonna take some rest. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. We will continue DS2 tomorrow, I think. Did I get the game for free? Bro, are you paying any attention? Are you on drugs? Hello? Pink boy, what is going on? Just take the key, man. Great end to sponsor. Hey, the sponsor's been over for like an hour, okay? Take his key away? Well, yeah, I mean, we could give it to somebody else, but he already, I don't know, do you not want it, Pink Boy? Do you want me to give it to somebody else? Do you want to play Somber Echoes? I can give it to somebody else. Hey, Pop Dude, thank you. I don't know how to use it. It's on Steam. It's a Steam key. Surely you have Steam. Right? Did you just get a computer yesterday? You go on to Steam. All right. Here, I will show you. All right. So you go onto Steam, you go games, activate a product on Steam, and you put in the key. Boom. All right. Anyways, thank you guys all so much for watching. Thank you, Somber Echoes, for sponsoring the stream and Dare Drop. Again, you guys can check it out by clicking the link at the top of the chat, or by typing !echoes. I am gonna go to the grocery store and get some non-rotting fruit and snacks. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow, guys. Also, there is a you guys were telling me there's a game called what was it called? Look Outside? That I heard good things about. It's like Fear and Hunger or something. I don't know. I kind of want to check that game out. Seems cool. If my DS2 run dies, I may check that out. I do want to play more Kazan too. I don't know, man. Kazan, like, it kind of frustrates. That frickin' shield lady just